Advise the general public that in compliance with Chapter 231 of the Public Laws of 1975, entitled Senator Byron M. Bear Open Public Meeting Act, the New Jersey Casino Control Commission on December 9, 2025, with Secretary of State at the State House in Trenton, an annual meeting schedule. On December 9, 2020, copies were mailed to subscribers. Any member of the public who wishes to address the commission will be given the opportunity to do so before the commission adjourns for the day. Please acknowledge the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone who are joining us remotely today as a measure to mitigate the spread of COVID-19 and to protect the health and safety of meeting participants, as well as the members of the public interested in the meeting. The Commission is continuing to use remote collaboration technology for meeting participants. The public is able to listen through access provided on the Commission's website, as well as through our YouTube channel. We will accept public comments via email. Public comments can be sent to public.comments@ccc.state.nj.us. I'll repeat that. Public comments can be sent to public.comments@ccc.state.nj.us, beginning now and any time throughout the meeting, ending at the time of the adjournment of the meeting. This meeting is being transcribed as well as recorded, and minutes will be available on our website in due course. To meeting participant callers, I ask that you follow the instructions provided with the web link or audio calling code and place your phones on mute until your matter is called. Also, please remember to identify yourself before speaking.
Commissioner Molyneux,
Present.
Vice Chair Cooper,
Present.
and Chairman Pelosi.
Present.
Matters discussed in closed session this morning included key employee license application matters. For your consideration, agenda item number 1 is the ratification. Thank you. For your consideration is agenda item number 1, which is the ratification of the minutes of the September 15, 2021 public meeting and the September 2021 special meeting. Each needs to be voted on separately, specifically first as to the September 15, 2021 public meeting.
Are there any questions for council or corrections on the minutes of September 15th, 2021?
No.
Hearing none, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to ratify the minutes of the September 15th, 2021 meeting.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you. As to the September 2021 special meeting minutes.
Are there any questions for council or corrections?
No.
Is there a motion on the ratifying the minutes of September 21, 2021?
Mr. Chairman, I move to ratify the minutes of the September 21st, 2021 meeting.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you. Agenda item number 2 are applications for initial casino key employee licenses. They include Donald A. Holbrook II, Michael O'Sullivan, Irviban V. Patel, and Shadia A. Shannon. With respect to items A through C, those matters have been reviewed. The division raises no objection with respect to the issuance of the initial key licenses in those instances, and staff concurs. And we recommend accordingly that those first 3 initial key licenses be granted.
Are there any questions on any of these matters?
No.
Hearing none, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to grant the 3 initial Casino Key employee licenses.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, ayes have it.
With respect to 2D Sadia A. Shannon, the division has requested that the matter be referred to the contested case process. Staff concurs and do recommend that you remand the matter.
Are there any questions regarding this matter?
No.
Hearing none, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to remand for a hearing the initial Casino Key employee license application of Shadia A. Shannon.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, ayes have it.
Item number 3 are applications for resubmitted Casino Key employee licenses and/or for qualification. A. Vincent J. Bombara, B. Benjamin R. George, C. Thomas A. Guito, D. Kathleen A. Gonzalez, also known as Kathleen A. Lloyd, E. Regenda N. Paul, F. Hippolito Reyes Jr., also known as Hippolito Reyes Rivera, G. Paul M. Yu. Each of these matters have been reviewed by the division, who raises no objection to the granting of the resubmitted Casino Key employee license. Staff concurs and recommends that you grant the 7 resubmitted Casino Key employee licenses.
Are there any questions for council?
No.
Hearing none, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to grant the 7 resubmitted Casino Key employee licenses.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, ayes have it.
Item number 4 are approvals through delegation of authority between September 8, 2021 and October 5, 2021 pursuant to resolution number 17011111C. Manager Patrick Ehler is available to review those matters with you. However, no action is required.
Patrick Ehler, Licensing and Financial Evaluation Manager of the Casino Control Commission. Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Between September 8th and October 5th, 2021, the staff of the Commission's Regulatory Affairs Division granted the following approvals via delegated authority. On September 8, 2021, a temporary key employee license was granted to Christian J. Golder for a security shift manager position at Tropicana, Atlantic City. On September 10th, 2021, temporary key employee licenses were granted to Howard W. Barnes for a Director of Entertainment position at Hard Rock, Atlantic City, Laura A. Day for a dual-rate assistant table games shift manager position at Ocean Casino, and to Brian M. Fogler for a staff accountant position at Resorts Atlantic City. On September 13th, 2021, temporary Casino Key employee licenses were granted to James P. Llewellyn for a Director of Sportsbook position at Ocean Casino, and to Kimberly B. Perkins for a security shift supervisor position at Tropicana, Atlantic City. On September 15th, 2021, a temporary key employee license was granted to Jamal W. McLean for a security shift manager position at Bally's, Atlantic City. On September 28th, 2021, a temporary key employee license was granted to David S. Kloster for a dual-rate table games assistant shift manager position at Ocean Casino. And on September 30th, 2021, temporary Casino Key employee licenses were granted to Quajanera Chapman for a Casino Services Cashier 3/dual-rate supervisor position at Caesars Atlantic City, and to Franklin D. Hyman for a sportsbook supervisor position at Bally's Atlantic City. This shall memorialize the noted approvals that were granted by delegated authority during this period, and no further commission action is required. Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 5 are requests for inactivation of casino key employee licenses. I will defer to Patrick Eeler to review those matters with you.
Thank you. Patrick Eeler, Casino Control Commission. In lieu of filing a casino key employee license review application, the following 4 individuals have requested to be placed on the casino key employee approved and active list for a period of up to 5 years. Sean T. Cassat, Michael J. Hardy Jr., James M. Rotler Jr., and Janice M. Sullivan. Commission staff has reviewed these requests and recommends that you grant the requested relief.
Are there any questions?
No.
No.
Hearing none, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to grant the requested relief and order that the 4 casino key employee licenses be inactivated.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 6 is your consideration of the lapsing of casino key employee licenses. Again, Mr. Eeler, I will defer.
Thank you. Patrick Eeler here. At this time, there are 3 individuals for your consideration to lapse their casino key employee license. In these cases, the casino key employee license review application filing deadline has passed, and the individual has not filed a casino key employee license review application or requested to be placed on the approved inactive list. Based on these facts, staff recommends that the casino key employee licenses of Gene D. Alexander, Cesar Rodriguez, and Jose J. Sanchez be deemed to have lapsed.
Are there any questions on any of these matters?
No.
Hearing none, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to find that the 3 casino key employee licenses lapsed pursuant to NJAC 19:41A-6.1F of the regulations.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 7 is consideration of the initial application of Michael Edwards Jr. for a casino key employee license. Senior Counsel Teresa Pipinelli will address that matter with you.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. This is Teresa Pimpinelli, Senior Counsel, appearing for the Commission. For your consideration is the initial application of Michael Edwards for his casino key employee license. You have staff's memo and recommendation for this matter. I believe Brian Basiglia is appearing on behalf of the division.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Brian C. Basiglia on behalf of the Division of Gaming Enforcement. On October 1st, the division filed a supplemental letter report in this matter with the Commission that recommended the granting of Michael Edwards' key licensure, and the division will answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Are there any questions for counsel on this matter?
No.
Hearing none, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to grant the initial application of Michael Edwards Jr. for a casino key employee license.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you. Item number 8 is the consideration of the initial application of Danielle Coleman for a casino key employee license. Again, Senior Counsel Pipinelli will review that with you.
Hello again, Chairman, Commissioners. Teresa Pimpinelli, Senior Counsel, appearing on behalf of the Commission. As Ms. Fauntleroy just indicated, this is the stipulation for the initial application of Danielle Coleman's casino key employee license. You have staff's memo and recommendation for this matter. Brian Basiglia is here on behalf of the division.
The division would ask that the stipulation be approved as submitted, contingent upon the conditions set forth therein. Thank you.
Are there any questions for counsel on this matter?
No.
Hearing none, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the stipulation of settlement between the division and applicant and grant the initial application of Danielle Coleman for a casino key employee license, subject to compliance with the terms and conditions as provided for in the stipulation.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you. Item number 9 is consideration of the plenary qualification and initial casino key employee licensure of Zaruhi Alian to serve as Vice President of Finance of Tropicana Atlantic City Corp. Again, Senior Counsel Pipinelli will review that with you.
Chairman and Commissioners, Teresa Pimpinelli, Senior Counsel, appearing again on behalf of the Commission. For your consideration is the plenary qualification and initial casino key employee licensure of Ms. Alian. It will permit her to serve as Vice President of Finance for Trop AC. You may recall that Ms. Alian was granted temporary qualification and licensure on March 10th of 2021. You have staff's memo and recommendation on this matter, and the draft resolution was circulated to the parties. I believe Bessie Sacco is here on behalf of petitioners, and Tracy Richardson is here on behalf of the division. I would just ask them to enter their appearance for the record and proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Pelosi and Commissioners. Beth Sacco, Vice President and Chief Counsel, Regional Operations, Caesars Entertainment. I have reviewed the draft resolution for the plenary qualification and issuance of the initial application for casino key employee licensure of Zaruhi Alian to serve as the Vice President of Finance for Tropicana Atlantic City. I have no objection to the form of the resolution, and I would respectfully request that the resolution be approved and entered. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Tracy Richardson for the Division of Gaming Enforcement. You have our report dated September 13th recommending the plenary casino key employee licensure and qualification for Zaruhi Alian. We've also reviewed the draft resolution and have no objections. Thank you.
Are there any questions for counsel?
No.
Hearing none, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the draft resolution and A, grant an initial casino key employee license to Zaruhi Alian pursuant to NJSA 5:12-89B, and B, find Ms. Alian qualified to serve as Vice President of Finance for Tropicana Atlantic City Corp. in accordance with NJSA 5:12-85.1, NJSA 5:12-89A and B, and NJAC 13:69C-2.6.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Commissioner Molyneux,
Yes.
Vice Chair Cooper,
Yes.
and Chairman Pelosi.
Yes.
Item number 10 is consideration of the plenary qualification and initial casino key employee licensure of Anthony M. Caratizolo to serve as Vice President of Hospitality for Marina District Development Company, LLC, doing business as Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. This matter was originally presented to you by way of a petition that was filed on February 9, 2021 by the applicant. You heard the matter by way of a request for temporary casino key employee licensure and temporary qualification to serve in the capacity noted at your February 19, 2021 meeting, which petition you granted. The division has completed its plenary investigation and has reported on the matter, and the matter is now before you for plenary consideration of the initial casino key employee licensure and qualification of Mr. Caratizolo. I believe that council is present on the phone, and I would ask that they identify themselves and proceed.
Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair, Commissioner. This is Logan Miller. I'm appearing on behalf of Anthony Caratizolo, Vice President of Hospitality for Casino Licensee, Marina District Development Company, doing business as Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. We reviewed the draft resolution. It's acceptable in form and substance to us, and accordingly, we ask that Anthony be found plenarily qualified and his key license be issued. Thank you.
Good morning again, Chairman and Commissioners. Tracy Richardson for the Division of Gaming Enforcement. You have our report also on Anthony Caratizolo dated September 13th of 2021. It recommends the plenary casino key employee licensure and qualification for the position of Vice President of Hospitality at Borgata. We've also reviewed the draft resolution and have no objections. Thank you.
Are there any questions for council?
No.
Hearing none, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the draft resolution and A, grant an initial casino key employee license to Anthony M. Caratizolo pursuant to NJSA 5:12-89B, and B, find Mr. Caratizolo qualified to serve as Vice President of Hospitality for Marina District Development Company, LLC, in accordance with NJSA 5:12-85.1, NJSA 5:12-89B, and NJAC 13:69C-2.6.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote?
Commissioner Molyneux,
Yes.
Vice Chair Cooper,
Yes.
and Chairman Pelosi.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, may I request that we take a brief, probably 8-minute recess before calling the next agenda item?
Yes. So we will reconvene at 11:05.
11 o'clock is fine.
11 o'clock, okay. Thank you.
Is the recorder back on?
Good morning, Lauren.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, with your discretion, are we ready to call agenda item number 11?
Proceed, please.
Yes. Yes. The petition of OCR Investment LLC for interim casino authorization pursuant to NJSA 5:12-95 et sec, petition number 1762101.
Councils, could you please enter your appearances for the record?
You're on mute.
Good start. All right, well, that was a good start. Lynn Kaufman, Cooper Levinson, attorney for OCR Investment, and I believe that my partner Lloyd Levinson is here, but I can't see him.
Yeah, no, I'm here.
Okay.
Lloyd Levinson on behalf of the petitioner, along with Lynn Kaufman.
Thank you. Division?
Sarah Ben David, appearing on behalf of the Division of Gaming Enforcement.
Morning, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Schreier, we'll address that matter later.
Okay, you don't want me to appear at this point?
Is that it?
Yes.
Today, the commission is considering the request of OCR Investment LLC for interim casino authorization, referred to as an ICA, so that it may close on the framework and investment agreement with casino licensee AC Ocean Walk LLC, and thereby acquire a significant interest in the casino license now holding company Ocean Casino Resort Holdings LLC. ICA is essentially a form of temporary qualification that allows an entity such as OCR Investment to acquire and control casino-related assets prior to a plenary suitability review, while still assuring that it does not profit from its investment in the highly regulated gaming industry unless and until it obtains plenary qualification. To start the process of the ICA, applicant must submit a completed application, which includes required business entity disclosure forms and personal history disclosure forms from required qualifiers as designated by the division director. Additionally, the Act specifically requires an ICA applicant to submit a proposed trust agreement, which must be approved, and identify a trustee who must qualify. After review of the completed application, the division must report its preliminary findings with regard to the applicant's suitability for an ICA. The commission must then determine whether the applicant meets the standards for an ICA set forth in the Act. To further evaluate whether OCR Investment meets the requirements for an ICA, we will take testimony and consider presentations of the council.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I do note that there are several procedural matters that we need to address before reaching into the substance of this matter. Specifically, the first procedural matter, there is an outstanding sealing request. A request for a sealing was filed by counsel for OCR by letter dated October 6, 2021. The division responded by letter dated October 8, 2021. I would recommend that the commission consider a motion to recess into executive session to address and resolve that sealing request. I would also note that by letter dated October 13, a motion was filed by counsel for AC Ocean seeking permission to intervene and/or participate in the proceeding pursuant to NJAC 19:42A 1.2 and the relevant Uniform Administrative Procedure rules. I would recommend that the commission address that motion after it returns from executive session unless there is a request by counsel for AC Ocean to be heard with respect to the sealing matter.
I have no interest in the sealing matter. Thank you.
Okay. So that matter will abide or return from executive session, but again, I would request that the commission consider a motion to recess into executive session to resolve the outstanding sealing request.
I'll make that motion to go into executive session.
I'll second that.
I have a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. We will go into executive session.
Find out the court reporter.
Good afternoon, Lauren.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I believe everybody's ready. I would just indicate that we are reconvening post the executive session conclusion.
Thank you. We're ready to begin?
You want to say that there were, you want to identify the exhibits, Mr. Chairman? Have
Yes.
Dal identify the exhibits.
I understand there are sealing requests pending for a number of items, D1 being one.
Oh, first, if I may, Mr. Chairman, have Darrell identify all of the exhibits, and then you can speak to the resolution of the sealing request with respect to D1. But with respect to, I know there were sealing requests for other matters which were not in contention, and we can address those after the conclusion of the D1 issue.
Chair, Commissioners, the pre-marked exhibits are as follows. The Division of Game Enforcement submitted 2 exhibits pre-marked as D1 and D2. D1, report of the Division of Game Enforcement dated September 22nd, 2021 on the petition of OCR Investment LLC for interim casino authorization pursuant to NJSA 5:12-95 et sec. Petition number 1762101. D2 is a supplemental report of the Division of Game Enforcement dated October 13th, 2021 on the petition of OCR Investment LLC for interim casino authorization pursuant to NJSA 5:12-95 et sec. PRN 1762101. The applicant submitted 1 exhibit pre-marked as A1. A1 is the trust agreement between OCR Investment LLC, OCR Special Trust with Pioneer Fiduciary Company LLC as its trustee, and William Murtha Esquire as trustee. These are the exhibits that were submitted.
Thank you. We have a sealing request for D1. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, we have considered the sealing request and the arguments of the petitioners and the division, and move to grant the modified request of petitioner to seal D1.
Do I have a second on that motion?
Mr. Chairman, I second the motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would indicate that there is still a motion pending by counsel for AC Ocean, filed this morning, October 13, requesting permission to intervene and/or participate. The reasons were specified in the letter petition, and I understand that counsel is present and may want to be heard with respect to that matter, both from petitioner's perspective as well as the division.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Cooper, Commissioner Molyneux, Stephen D. Schreier with the law firm of Blank Rome on behalf of AC Ocean Walk LLC, which has filed a motion to intervene in this matter. A motion to intervene before you is governed by the Commission's rules, and those rules refer to the Uniform Administrative Procedure Code, Section 1:1-16.1. In that section of the code, intervention by a party is provided for if any party that will be specifically affected by the outcome of a proceeding seeks to be heard. And last evening, I received an email from Deputy Attorney General Sarah Ben David requesting that Michael Conboy, who is a qualifier of Ocean, appear at today's hearing and give testimony in OCR's petition hearing. She also advised that the division intended to recommend certain conditions regarding the management and the operations of Ocean. Since Since these requests and recommendations will directly affect Ocean, I submit to you that under the rules of the commission, intervention is appropriate, and I would respectfully request that our motion be granted so that I can participate as an intervener. Thank you.
Thank you. Division?
Division, mhm.
Division?
Good morning, Chairman, afternoon, excuse me. Chairman and Commissioner Sarah Ben David, Deputy Attorney General, appearing on behalf of the Division of Gaming Enforcement. Mr. Schreier stated the standard correctly. As the commission does not have a specific rule regarding motions to intervene, the Uniform Administrative Procedure Rule governs, which is set forth at NJAC 1:1-16.1. The standard, as he had indicated, states that persons or entities may intervene if they have a statutory right to do so, or if they have an interest which is substantially, specifically, and directly affected by the outcome of a contested case. The division does not interpose an objection to the motion by AC Ocean Walk LLC seeking to intervene. This morning, the division filed a supplemental report, which has been entered into evidence as D2, recommending certain conditions impacting AC Ocean Walk LLC. It is correct that I have asked Michael Conboy, who is a qualifier for AC Ocean, to be available today to offer testimony related to the subject of those conditions. Accordingly, AC Ocean Walk LLC has a strong interest in this case, and the testimony of Mr. Conboy will add measurably and constructively to that matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just ask for the record to clarify, Mr. Chairman, to hear from OCR Investment with regard to the application as well.
I'm trying to get my video back on, but we have no objection and do not wish to be heard on this matter. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Excellent.
And just one more procedural indication, Mr. Chairman. I did note that the division indicated that D2 has been introduced into the record. It has not. It has been identified and marked. When we return from lunch, Mr. Chairman, then the relevant exhibits can be moved into evidence, but that would allow for the opportunity, once we've addressed the intervention, for counsel for AC Ocean to receive a copy of D2, since it is relevant to their intervention. So those procedural matters can be addressed after we return from lunch.
Thank you. On that note, we will recess.
You need to make a motion with respect to the motion to intervene.
Okay. I'll make a motion to allow OCR Investments to intervene in this matter. Do I have a second?
AC Ocean.
I'm sorry, AC Ocean. It's been a long morning already.
It has indeed.
Do I have a second?
I'll make the second, Mr. Chairman.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. On that note, we will take a recess till 2 o'clock and continue with the proceedings at 2 o'clock after lunch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. know if they can hear you yet. We're on, okay.
Good afternoon, Lauren.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Okay.
We're at additional exhibits.
Good afternoon. We're back in session. Mr. Nance, I understand that there are sealing requests for D2, D3, and A1.
Chair, I received an additional exhibit,
Excellent.
pre-marked as Exhibit D3.
D3.
D3 is a letter of the Division of Gaming Enforcement dated October the 11th, 2021, on the modification of conditions and Casino Control Commission Resolution Number 2005-06-13.
Thank you. Does council want to be heard on any of those matters? Division?
Let me start, but with respect to, Mr. Chairman, if with your discretion, with respect to D2, D3, and A1, I do believe there's a sealing request that's pending from petitioner with respect to A1. And so if counsel for petitioner wants to be heard on that sealing request?
Coming.
A1 is the trust agreement.
Yes. I respectfully, I believe that we are in agreement on the redactions on page 8 of the trust agreement, and I respectfully request the sealing.
Thank you. I make a request there of
Division, if
counsel.
they want to be heard.
Thank you, no objection.
Thank you.
And one
Count-
second, Mr. Chairman, let's make our way through D2 and D3. If there are any requests for redactions with respect to D2.
Mr. Chairman, may I be heard on D2? I have no objection to the introduction of D2 into evidence, but I do reserve the right to object to the conditions in D2.
Ask
Duly
the division
noted.
if they want to be heard.
Division?
Just to clarify, Mr. Schreier's, you're not putting in a sealing request. You're objecting to the substance of the condition?
Correct.
Does that,
No, that would
Does that-
come later. It's noted that
Okay.
there's no objection. I assume the division's not objecting to his position that there's no objection to the sealing, to the introduction into evidence of D2.
thank you for clarifying.
Okay. And then D3. Are there any sealing requests for D3?
None from me.
One for motion.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I believe that all have
Okay.
been appropriately represented. I did want to make note that I believe that there's some instruction relative to D1 and the commission's decision with respect to D1.
Yes, in regards to D1, Ms. Kaufman, if you could have the document to us tomorrow morning with the approved sealing items on there.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I move that exhibits A1, D1, D2, D3 into evidence granting petitioner's sealing request with respect to A1 and D1. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second on that motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make the second on that.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. With those exhibits in the record, petitioner urges us to find that it has completed its ICA filing. The Casino Control Act essentially affords the division a 90-day opportunity to review a completed application. Here, the division reviewed the applicant's filings, determined the required qualifiers, and has filed its ICA report accordingly. With the filing complete and the division's report before us, Are there any other objections to us proceeding on this matter today? Hearing none, are there any other procedural matters that should be brought to our attention at this time? Hearing none, we are now set for opening statements, which the parties may waive and elect instead to proceed directly to testimony. Counsel, what is your preference? Ms. Kaufman?
I would like to try and make it short opening statement. It's been a long day, I know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I am very pleased on behalf of my client, and I speak for Lloyd as well, to present the petition of OCR Investment LLC for interim casino authorization under Section 95.12 of the Casino Control Act in connection with an investment that's structured into two phases, pursuant to which OCR Investment will be acquiring up to 50% of Ocean Casino Resort Holdings LLC, which is a relatively newly created holding company, a new qualifier, of casino licensee AC Ocean Walk, which we know as Ocean Casino Resort, and which actually most of us just call Ocean, which I do want to say is pretty remarkable branding and name recognition, that you say you're going to Ocean and we can see the actual ocean from most of the windows from Ocean, and everyone knows what you're talking about. OCR Holdings is what in layman's terms I'd call a joint venture between OCR Investment and Luxor. And while the public likely has never heard of OCR Investment, as it is their first investment in the New Jersey casino industry and it is newly created, affiliated entities of OCR Investment and individual qualifier Marion Ilitch are no stranger to commercial casino gaming, and the public is no stranger to the name Marion Ilitch, who through various entities and sometimes with family members owns Motor City Casino, the Detroit Red Wings, the Detroit Tigers are also in the family, and who founded with her late husband and still owns Little Caesars. And you'll be hearing a little more about that history through testimony. Additionally, the two witnesses that you'll hear from today are respectively the CEO and COO of Motor City Casino and are longtime employees there. And they will be they are officers of OCR Investment, and they will be representatives of the manager, OCRM. The investment in Ocean is being made by OCR Investment in accordance with the framework agreement dated March 24th, 2021. The petition before you today is one of 4 petitions that have been filed, and this is the last one to be heard in this matter. So we do understand if you could be a little sick, well, not of them, but of me before they start. But I would like to just quickly go through them in the chronological order of when they were heard so everybody can get the full context. The first petition that was filed by Luxor and Ocean, and that was to create the restructuring to enable the investment that OCR Investment will be making today. It kind of cleared the path for that total of $175 million possible if both phases are exercised in Ocean. The second and third petitions were with respect to the management agreement that I referenced, and one was requesting, and we received a designation of OCRM as a CSIE instead of a casino licensee, and the other was a joint petition with Ocean for approval of the management agreement. Would like to thank the commission for scheduling a special meeting to hear that, and to the division for cooperating and working with us to get that done as well. So now, as permitted by the Casino Control Act, we are here as chairman. As the chairman said, we have a completed application, and the act does permit for the transfer of a significant ownership interest before plenary qualification upon the granting of an ICA. And with that, I look forward to you hearing from my witnesses after the division's opening statement, if they have one.
Thank you. Division?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioner. Sarah Ben David, appearing on behalf of the Division of Gaming Enforcement. Today's proceeding is to address a proposed purchase by OCR Investment LLC of an up to 50% indirect ownership interest in casino licensee AC Ocean Walk LLC for $175 million. As explained by the chairman and by Ms. Kaufman, the Casino Control Act, through the process of interim casino authorization, or ICA, allows an applicant like OCR Investment to purchase a significant ownership interest in an ongoing casino operation while its plenary investigation is completed, while at all times maintaining the strict regulation of gaming. The division has conducted a preliminary investigation of the new entities and their individual qualifiers. The Act sets forth 4 other requirements for ICA, which must be proven by clear and convincing evidence. First, statements of compliance must be issued pursuant to Sections 81, 82, 84, and 134. These sections, in part, require that all management or lease agreements be approved by the Commission, that the organizational documents of a casino holding company include required statutory provisions of the Act, that ICA will not result in undue economic concentration, and that equal employment opportunity is afforded to all employees. Second, the casino hotel facility must be an approved hotel in accordance with Section 83. Third, the ICA trustee must be qualified. Fourth, it must be shown that interim operation would best serve the interests of the public. The division filed a report regarding this matter on September 22nd, 2021, which has been entered into evidence as D1. As to the first requirement regarding statements of compliance, a new management agreement, as explained by Ms. Kaufman, has been approved by the Commission. That was done at a special meeting on September 21st. As a holding company, OCR Investment has incorporated into its organizational documents the statutory provisions required by the Act. An additional holding company, Pioneer Fiduciary Company LLC, is awaiting confirmation that its amended documents were accepted for filing. Pursuant to a condition recommended by the division, such confirmation must be submitted within 20 days of any grant of ICA. No undue economic concentration would result, as the owners of OCR Investment are new to the Atlantic City market. AC Ocean has an equal employment and business opportunity plan, which has been approved and remains in place. Regarding the remaining requirements, AC Ocean has an approved casino hotel facility. OCR Investment has offered as its ICA trustee William Murtha, who holds an active casino key employee license and therefore may be qualified. The division also reviewed the ICA trust agreement and finds it acceptable. Finally, the division submits that interim operation would best serve the public interest under ICA, as it would allow OCR Investment to make its investment while being subject to the strict regulation of gaming. The division director has designated all entities and natural persons required to qualify in connection with OCR Investment's ICA application. The division has conducted a preliminary investigation of such entities and persons, which is reflected in its report. In its report, in addition to the EEO area, the division also reviewed matters pertinent to continued casino operations at Ocean Casino Resort, including the audit and compliance committees. The previously approved audit committee charter and compliance program will remain in place. The division's report also contains a financial analysis of Ocean Casino Resort's operating results, debt structure, and forecasts. As you know, Numerous financial conditions were imposed in connection with Ocean's initial casino licensure. Ocean encountered financial difficulties shortly after opening in 2018. It incurred operating losses and struggled to satisfy its financial obligations. In 2019, Luxor Capital Group LP provided needed funding in exchange for a majority stake in an AC Ocean Walk holding company. Numerous financial conditions were continued when Luxor was qualified in May of 2020. More recently, AC Ocean's operating results have improved, which has led to consistently positive EBITDA and increasing liquidity. The investment by OCR Investment LLC would provide Ocean funds to do a number of things: repay debt, embark on a room expansion. In this regard, long-term debt is projected to decrease by approximately 30% after the transaction. The forecasts further anticipate additional EBITDA growth. Effective October 8th, 2021, Chief Executive Officer Teresa Glabaki resigned several weeks following the filing of the division's report. In relation to that development and its effect upon management, the plans for the property and its operations may be modified. Under the circumstances, the operating performance of the property must continue to be closely scrutinized. This morning, the division sent a letter to the commission revising certain recommendations in its report. Given the change in leadership at the property, the division has rescinded an interim modification of the May 2020 financial conditions ab initio, and those conditions remain in effect. The division has recommended new conditions be imposed, addressing the CEO vacancy and other matters. At today's proceeding, the commission will hear testimony further addressing ICA requirements, operational matters, and the financial condition of Ocean. The division submits that based upon its report and today's testimony, the commission will have sufficient information to determine whether ICA should be granted to OCR Investment and on what basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kaufman, please call your first witness.
Certainly, I call Bruce Dahl. Thank you.
Mr. Nance, can you swear in Mr. Dahl?
Mr. Dahl, would you raise your right hand? Please state your name for the record.
Bruce Dahl.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I described in my opening statement your positions with OCR Investment and OCRM. Could you tell us what your current position is? I also described that at Motor City, but could you tell us about that and a little bit about your job history?
Sure. Actually, I want to thank everyone for their time and energy today. Greatly appreciate that. As Lynn mentioned, I'm currently president at Motor City Casino, which is the top position here in Motor City. It's again akin to being CEO. I have 33 years in the industry. I started in 1988 at Caesars Palace in Las Vegas as an internal auditor. I was internal audit manager, eventually director of internal audit. Left to go to the Sheraton organization as the director of internal audit for their casinos worldwide. Eventually moved on to property as the controller there at the Desert Inn. Left there in '96 to go to the Hard Rock to become their chief financial officer in Las Vegas. In 1999, I moved here to Detroit. I opened actually Greektown Casino, one of the 3 commercial casinos here in Michigan, just down the street from where I am today. I eventually became the assistant general manager. I moved here to Motor City in 2006 as their chief financial officer. I've had various titles, including in charge of facilities and other areas. I was promoted to the president of the property in 2016. I'm a CPA at heart. I have maintained my CPA license in Nevada. I spent 2 years with Grant Thornton prior to joining the gaming industry.
Okay, well, I am going to take a line that I've heard Lloyd say, But I have to say a caveat. When I was listening to the beginning of your job history, I was going to say, so you can't keep a job but actually then you could keep a job because it's been 15 years, which, as many of us know in this industry, is a long life. Could you talk about kind of how you, or could you, I guess maybe first tell us a little about, the Ilitch family. You're at Motor City. Detroit is their town. It's where they founded their businesses. Could you just give us a little insight into their history?
Again, entrepreneurs through and through. They started with a single pizza shop in Garden City in 1959 and have grown Little Caesars into an international brand. If you haven't gotten pizza or hot and ready, you probably haven't eaten a pizza ever. So certainly they parlayed that, as you mentioned, into the acquisition of the Red Wings when they were the Dead Wings, and then eventually the Tigers as well. They operate Little Caesars Arena, which is a brand new 18,000 seat arena, Comerica Park, the Fox Theater. So they're very much in the entertainment business. And actually, when you say the Ilitch name, it's almost synonymous with downtown Detroit, because when people were moving out, they brought their corporate headquarters downtown.
Okay, well, so there you are in Detroit, and with lots of business interest in Detroit. I do realize Ilitch Holding is spread out, has interest all over really the world. But what made the Ilitches, or you, or whoever, first decided to look towards Atlantic City and then Ocean?
So we've actually, Marion's owned this property 100% since 2005. Again, the opportunity to grow for staff was one of the things that she was interested in. So we've taken a look at very many different properties throughout the United States. We really didn't find one with the upside that we believe Ocean has in front of it. And quite frankly, the multiples and the way people ran the casinos were pretty good, so there wasn't an upside. When we came to Atlantic City and somebody called us with this opportunity related to Ocean, we looked past the two previous bankruptcies. We saw a building that had a ton of potential, and quite frankly, maybe it was luck or maybe it was skill, but I think it's performed even better than we expected so far.
Okay, well, when you started that, we lived in a different world. It was a pre-pandemic world. So casinos were closing, things are looking much better now than we ever thought they would. Could we hear a little about your commitment during that period of time? Because it is kind of remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, concerning the pandemic, if you look back at even the short history going back to 2019, pre-pandemic, the property in the first 6 months lost $20 million, and by the end of the year, they were break even on the EBITDA line. So the property already started performing well at the end of 2019. None of us knew how long the pandemic would last or how long we'd remain closed. Luckily in Atlantic City, they got a month jump on us. We weren't able to open here in Michigan until August 5th. They opened July 2nd, and immediately the numbers took off. So again, the property, couple that with the Hard Rock being right down the street, a lot of the business in Atlantic City has slowly been shifting towards North Beach. And I think having a nice property at that end, along with the Hard Rock, is going to lead it to great opportunities.
Well, I know that I knew you were serious before, but when I heard you and John were driving here during the pandemic, because none of us were getting into airplanes, I felt pretty good about this day happening. And well, hopefully we'll see how the rest of the day goes. But however, you are talking about how they had a loss and they turned around. But when you look at the numbers and the two bankruptcies, I mean, it was looking quite bleak, and there were a lot of lookers at the property, and Luxor was putting in a lot of money. I guess you're confident, and that kind of leads me to what do you attribute the turnaround to? It could be, of course, because they knew you were going to buy them and they, wanted to get their finances in order, but I made that up.
No, again, when we walked the property and took a look at what it offered, all the amenities they have, Ovation Hall with 4,000 seats, a casino that was spread out nicely instead of compact, and low ceilings and potentially smoky. We thought it had a great opportunity. I think, and again, we didn't spend a lot of time on the management prior to June of 2019, but I think they did a lot of things that probably weren't the right way to go. Again, the property had a history of some missteps that people would say in the industry, and I think really they needed just to have somebody get the casino marketing rolling, figure out what things could be cut. Certainly, we actually took a look at the property way back in 2014, prior to its first bankruptcy, and given the real estate taxes on it as well as the utility costs, it was just a non-starter, and they had fixed that by mid-2019. So again, the property is phenomenal, $2.4 billion property. I think it's 6 million or 7 million square feet. So if you're concerned about heating in the winter, that might be a problem. But again, we thought all they needed was just solid management.
Well, as the commission and division knows, Lloyd and I knew the property when it was a piece of land that, like the name that I don't think we're allowed to say here, kind of like Voldemort, that, something bad happens. But, the first people that were building the property, the investment banking firm, decided, to go for it. And it may have taken a while, but it looks like they found the right people. Now you're going to put $175 million into it. And what, if I were an outsider, what would really excite me about this is sometimes if you paid somebody to buy a casino, they would take the money and say thank you, and then you would have to put money into the casino to keep it running. So tell me what you're going to do with the $175 million and what your partner Luxor, has, what you've both agreed to do.
Sure.
Not all of it, just some general.
In general, no, the initial, as you mentioned, the rooms before, 70 million of the 175 will go in towards completing the 12 stories that are unbuilt in the existing tower, roughly 463 rooms, if I remember correctly. We think that's most important. We think that helps not only with hotel revenues, of course, but as well as casino revenues as you house customers that can come down and use and the other amenities, food and beverage, the entertainment complex, the nightclub, the day club. So we think the rooms are the most prudent investment, and 70 of the 175 will go there. The rest of it will pay down debt. I think it was mentioned earlier that 30% of the debt will go down by 30%. So, and then we'll continue to invest in other capital programs like we do here. Motor City's had a history of spending $10 to $12 million at a minimum on making sure that the property stays fresh, and I anticipate we will be doing making sure the property remains fresh in Atlantic City as well.
Okay, and what is the timing when you think the room project will be done?
If I have anything to do with it, we want it open by May, no later than Memorial Day. Obviously, that's when the high season starts, but the sooner the better, because even on weekends now, I think they max out. So we definitely could use the extra rooms.
Okay, and have you reviewed the report and the forecasted numbers that that are in the DGE report?
I have.
Okay, and do you feel they're realistic and achievable?
I think they're beating. I think they're more than realistic. I think they're being beat pretty handily based on what was originally done. Certainly, we anticipated it being profitable this year or even last year in 2020. Actually, in 2020, they did 20 million in EBITDA, and then this year they're on pace for something north of 60 million. So. Again, I think the property is doing well. We're obviously happy to see that.
Back to Detroit and the Ilitch family. They, just from what I've read and what, I've heard publicly, I mean, the Ilitch family has made, as you pointed out, they went back to Detroit when everybody was leaving, and they have made a large charitable contributions, not just monetarily, but in terms of programs and being involved in the community. Could you talk a little about that, and then kind of how you see some of those thoughts or efforts would come to Atlantic City, or just really how you view your role in Atlantic City as part of the Ilitch organization?
Sure. Again, Motor City Casino is, we call it the home team. We're the one owned by the only Detroit owner. We're in competition with MGM Grand, as well as Penn National. So we consider ourselves the hometown team, and we certainly support charities not only around us, but within the metro area, as do the Ilitches. One big example of that is Mike and Marion donated $40 million to Wayne State to build the Mike Ilitch School of Business. Is right on Woodward, just a half block from Little Caesars Arena. So not only did they put a building up, they put it in downtown to draw more rehabilitation of the downtown area. So they've had a long history of supporting charities, and I anticipate that will be part of that process.
Related to that question, as Ms. Ben-David mentioned, one of the requirements for an ICA is equal employment and business opportunity. And as she mentioned, there is an approved plan currently, which at Ocean. Are you familiar not just with the Ocean plan, but is there a similar requirement in Detroit? And do you work with organizations and kind of talk about your hiring and training in that regard?
Sure. Yeah, I'm familiar with the plan. Motor City has a development agreement with the city of Detroit as part of that. It requires us to have 51% of our employees come from the city of Detroit. We've had a 22-year history of meeting that obligation. The other major obligation is spending. We're required to spend 30% with targeted businesses. I can tell you on a regular and ongoing basis, we're well over 40%. And that's the targeted businesses are minority businesses, primarily minority businesses and Detroit-based businesses. So it's reinvesting in our community here.
Well, that's obviously makes us happy here in Atlantic City. I do want to say something. This is directed, I guess, just to give a little direction to the Division and Commission on Mr. Dahl mentioned Ovation Hall. I would normally ask a follow-up question about entertainment, but I know that John, who is following him, is going to be speaking about that. And similarly, about iGaming and sports wagering and the sports book. So that will be addressed by the next witness. Of course, ask away, but I wanted to mention that. And then finally, the big question is, will you be bringing Little Caesars to Ocean?
If it makes sense to bring pizza to Ocean, we'll be bringing pizza to Ocean.
Well, thank you. I have no further direct.
Thank you. Division, your witness.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Dahl, I just want to spend some time talking about, the various roles that you're expected to have in the AC Ocean ownership structure, in the event ICA is granted. You have been appointed president of OCRM LLC, which is the company that's going to manage the AC Ocean Casino Resort operation, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to serving as president of OCRM LLC, it's expected that you will also serve on the board of managers for Ocean Casino Resort Holdings LLC, which is a holding company of Ocean, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're also the president of OCR Investment LLC, which is the ICA applicant in this proceeding, right?
Correct.
Okay. And it's through OCR Investment LLC that the Illich family is planning to pay up to $175 million to purchase a potential indirect interest of up to 50% in the Ocean Casino Resort operation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. During your direct, you spoke a little bit about, how you expect those funds may be used. Is it expected that part of those funds will be used to redeem the equity of persons holding minority interests in Ocean?
I believe so, yes.
Right, but regardless of whether those minority owners decide to sell, OCR Investment LLC is guaranteed an interest of up to 50%, right?
Correct.
So is it accurate then that OCR Investment LLC wants the guaranteed ability, that they wanted this ability to hold an interest of 50%?
Yes.
So I think you testified on direct as well that you're aware that part of the funds from the Illich investment will be used to pay down debt. So do you support Ocean's plans in that regard?
Given the recent performance of the property, certainly we intend, we have a history here at Motor City of paying down debt as a primary way of using excess funds. I would anticipate that us, to the extent that we can, we will continue to pay down debt. Again, they put in about $12 to $15 million worth of CapEx, including moving the high limit table area, improving, creating a high limit slot area that was missing previously. So again, I think everything's dynamic. I think you have to adjust the competition as well. So as we go forward, the good news is we're in a much better shape than we even anticipated coming into this investment. And I expect that as we grow things, it'll be used in a way that makes the most sense.
You mentioned on direct as well that you're aware that Ocean plans to use part of the funds from the Illich investment to add rooms to its hotel. Is the planning of that project underway?
We've seen drawings. Again, obviously we're not approved to operate anything, so we've been following them from a due diligence perspective. I know there's drawings for the room. A model room has not been built yet, but if we get approved and we can close our deal, that's a top priority.
Are there any plans to increase the amount of rooms being added? Did you say on direct it was planned to be 464 rooms?
I think it's 463 or 464, yes. There's 12 stories. There's going to be a larger suite component than what's in the existing tower. So I think 3 floors will become full suites. So we anticipated initially that it'd be all rooms and be around 500. But again, what makes sense based on demand would be more of a suite product.
And you support Ocean's plans to complete the room expansion, is that right?
Yeah, based on what we've seen so far, we would support their plan.
You testified on direct that you're familiar with the difficult financial history of Ocean. Do I have that right?
Absolutely.
And are you aware that the property has experienced significantly improved EBITDA and liquidity over the past 24 months?
Yes, we've been, again, monitoring it since we took the initial look at it in July of 19.
What impact will the departure of Teresa Glabaki as Chief Executive Officer have on the operation, in your estimation?
You know, it's fluid. Everything's fluid in our industry. Things move fast. You know, again, as a CEO of or president of another property, we operate 24/7. So there's no way I can be here around the clock every day. So you need good people in place. I think Ocean has good people in place to operate on grave shift, on swing shift, and on day shift. So I think the property will operate fine in any CEO's. If I'm on vacation, our property operates just fine. So again, I you know, again, like the CEO really provides strategic kind of vision. So, and that's not something where you need to be there every day. We anticipate replacing that position. So, and once we get our ICA approval and we can close our deal, we hopefully will provide some of that strategic vision as well going forward.
Well, in fact, the management agreement provides for a general manager to be selected and appointed by OCRM LLC and to kind of function it as a type of chief executive officer. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And that person is supposed to be selected and appointed with the consultation and approval of Luxor Capital Group. Is that right?
Also correct.
So you'll be working then to help find a replacement for Teresa Glabaki in consultation and, you know, with Luxor's approval?
Correct.
So I know you just said that, you know, you feel like there's good people in place at Ocean, but besides the appointment of a new CEO or general manager, do you anticipate any other management changes at the property?
I'll be honest with you, again, we don't have approval to do too much, staying within the bounds. We certainly met with people, but I can't give you, you know, we haven't spent enough time with the staff to determine whether it makes any sense to make any changes at all. I can only tell you at Motor City, we have an 11-person executive team, short of our VP of Human Resources, who's been here 2 years. The next tenured person has been here 11 years. Actually, he's going to speak here shortly. So again, we have a history of certainly holding on to our employees. Preference is to always hold on to employees. They have institutional knowledge, and but sometimes changes are needed.
So, yeah, on the subject of staffing, are there any operational staffing level changes that you have in mind for the property?
Again, we've just kind of been monitoring things. We haven't gotten into day-to-day operations where I can give you a good answer on that.
In terms of Ocean's, you know, financial future, OCRM LLC as Ocean's new management company will have some oversight and insight on Ocean's finances. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, OCRM LLC is responsible for developing a proposed annual budget and submitting the budget to the Board of Managers for approval. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And OCRM LLC is further required to provide the Board of Managers with periodic financial reporting. Is that right?
Yes.
OCRM LLC also is required to manage the business of the casino so that liquidity requirements are complied with. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And OCRM LLC also has an obligation to promptly notify the Board of Managers of any change or event that could be that could reasonably and materially affect the property. Isn't that right?
Absolutely.
Regarding your Motor City experience, you testified on direct that casino is also owned by the Illich family, right?
Correct.
Do you communicate frequently with the Illich family regarding operations at Motor City?
At least weekly. So it used to be monthly. Post-pandemic, it's been more weekly or bi-weekly, depending on, and quite frankly, if something comes up, I pick up the phone and talk with Chris Illich directly. So, they're definitely involved in our operation, and I keep them informed of any issues that come up.
Do you expect to keep the Illich family and Chris Illich in particular informed about the investment at Ocean and Ocean's performance, operations, finances?
Absolutely.
And are you expecting to be in frequent contact with Luxor as well?
I anticipate that the good news is in pandemic, you now have Zoom that we're using today to talk to people, Teams, as well as certainly emails. So and text messages. I think Mike's on the line, and we've actually texted one another occasionally as well. So I anticipate going forward, there's lots of mediums to reach out to people.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Kaufman, redirect?
No, I'm fine to proceed with the commission questions, if any.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions for Mr. Dahl?
I do.
Please.
Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Dahl.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Kaufman mentioned you drove here. When you drove into Atlantic City, did you drive around the community, or did you just go straight to the property?
No, we drove in. Well, the one time we drove in, we did actually run to the Marina District. We drove, I think, down to Tropicana, which is on the south end of the boardwalk, and certainly up and down Atlantic and Pacific Avenues.
And the reason for that was Ms. Kaufman did speak about the community, the local community. Is that part of your investment strategy?
Actually, quite frankly, working with Hard Rock on the North Beach area is certainly something that we're interested in taking a look at. Again, given kind of where we're at in our investment process, once we close, that would become more of a priority. Again, the more people we can drive to North Beach, the better off we are.
The hiring ability that you had in Detroit, how are you going to implement that here in Ocean?
I'm sorry, could you say the first part again?
Your hiring ability.
Ocean has their plan for equal opportunity. I think to the extent, and again, I'm not familiar with the local community and how many people are available. Obviously in Detroit, it's a fairly large city, and we have the ability to reach out within the Detroit community to hire people from the city of Detroit, as we're required to do. It's something certainly that makes sense. The more people that have good paying jobs, the better off we will be.
You also mentioned the hotel aspect of more rooms. I was working until recently for the city of Atlantic City in the construction department. Now, you said you wanted to have them finished by May. And you do have the plans, you said, drawn up already?
There's a drawing of what the room will look like. I believe the architect is picking materials. Obviously, sourcing materials is very important in today's world. So we'll look to get materials that we can source more readily than getting something out of China.
Okay, that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Cooper?
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Dahl.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Dahl, good afternoon. Thank you for being with us today. I have a couple questions for you. You mentioned in the early days of your career with gaming, you spent time in Vegas and other areas. Had you ever been to Atlantic City before now, since you're, acquainted with this property? Had you been to Atlantic City before then?
I have actually in 1988, when I was in internal audit, the vice president of internal audit, his name was Gary Van Henning. You may know him, was my actual first boss in the industry. He was the vice president of internal audit for Caesars. He was housed in Atlantic City, and we visited back in 1988.
Okay, so you are somewhat, and I do know Gary, so you are familiar with Atlantic City.
Yes.
This is great. Just, could you elaborate a little bit about your property, the Motor City Casino in Detroit? Certainly different from Ocean.
Crap. Sorry.
That's okay. Take care
Okay.
of it. Okay. Could you just share with us some details, highlights about, I'm curious about your property in Detroit, and then comparisons, similarities, differences with what you're going to be doing here in Atlantic City with the Ocean. I'm just curious, with two different demographic areas, but I'm just curious to see what you might be doing, what you're doing in Detroit as to what we can expect here in Atlantic City.
Sure. So Motor City Casino is casino is 2,700 slots, roughly 66 table games, about 19 poker tables, race and sportsbook that's operated by FanDuel, a 400-room hotel, close to 4,000, almost 4,500 parking spaces, a spa. We have a theater called Soundboard that seats about 2,000 people. So I think there are certain aspects. Certainly, we're in a highly competitive market like Atlantic City. There's three of us that are within a mile and a half of one another. I will tell people that if you're coming from a western or northern suburb, the difference between getting to any of us is about 30 seconds, depending on which freeway you take. So highly competitive market. So that's very similar to New Jersey. I think certainly casino marketing to customers is a little slightly different. 95% of our customers come from within 100 miles. I think that's far less in New Jersey, as it more resort oriented, which is another reason we were interested in Atlantic City. The resort, the aspect of it adds to the opportunity that should somebody put up extra casinos, you still have the ability to draw people to your property. I anticipate working with the team. I think they've turned it around, in their casino marketing to customers has gotten much better since July of 19 when we first took a look at the property. And I anticipate you're going to hear from John. He's our marketing guru here at Motor City, the things that we've done and the things that we do to attract customers to our property. So I think there's a lot of similarities. Few big differences is obviously they have a lot more rooms. That's a good thing. Their Ovation Hall is a little bit bigger, but again, that kind of John's going to talk about our opportunity from the synergies perspective, from an entertainment perspective as well.
Okay, you mentioned that John is going to mention marketing. I would like to just get your thoughts. Okay, could we expect any cross marketing? And I know you just mentioned that the demographics of the Detroit casino, it's a little bit closer. This is Atlantic City, but you're gonna have a lot of new names in the database. Will you be? I'm going to say marketing the Atlantic City property to your Detroit people, your Detroit clientele, and vice versa. Can we expect any of that?
I think it will be generally limited. I think, again, there's not always a good reason for somebody in New Jersey to necessarily come to Detroit unless they're interested in Major League Baseball or the Red Wings, Tigers. We have all four downtown, and the Pistons. That's a natural draw for the city of Detroit. I think Detroit as a destination has gotten much, much better in the 22 years that I've been here. and I anticipate that will continue to improve as the reinvestment in the downtown area continues. I actually over 100, quick fact, over 100 bars and restaurants have opened up in the city of Detroit over the pre-pandemic over the last 4 years. So like 25 a year. There's a lot more people coming downtown and spending time downtown. So, but to answer your question directly, I anticipate that yes, some of our customers we would send out to Atlantic City because of the resort aspect of it and their ability to play in the casino.
Okay. And I know you did mention, mention about capital expenditures. We are looking forward to the addition of rooms, et cetera, et cetera. Ocean is certainly, most definitely, the newest property in Atlantic City, over a 43-year history of gaming. Are you able to share anything that we can expect with renovations, upgrades, updates? Again, it's a beautiful property. It's the newest, but is, again, with your involvement, anything that we can look forward to in the future? And I'm going to, let's say, maybe in the next 1 to, let's say, 3 to 4 years, anything in particular that you could share with us today?
Actually, as I mentioned, the property spent $12 to $15 million this year doing a few of the things that we actually talked to management team about way back in 2019. That included a high limit slot area that it wasn't very defined previously, a table area that was moved, and then a lounge created where the table area, high limit table area was, a pathway through the casino. It was they've added pathways now, so it's easier for people to move around the casino, which we believe always made sense. The restaurant product is fairly new. There's some long-term contracts there that make sense to maintain. So I'll be honest with you, short of the rooms right now, I can't think of anything material that needs to be done to the property. But as we get on the ground a little more day to day, certainly initially we may come up with some plans that where we think there is value.
Okay. Mr. Dahl, thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dahl, are you planning on going into any other gaming markets in the near future?
If to be honest with you, the casino sale market has really cooled down since the pandemic. Certainly, if there would be something very interesting, we would take a look at it. But to be honest with you, I don't anticipate anything certainly over the next year.
My next question is, what do you really like about Atlantic City, and what do you really don't like about Atlantic City?
The first one is I have 8 other competitors, so if I could get rid of a few of them, that would be a good thing, but I'm just kidding. No, again, it's a resort town. It's a beach. I was actually, on Monday, I flew back from Cancun, and people love to go to the beach. So that's an asset that Atlantic City, I think, has used in the past and continues to be used. I think we're glad to see with Ocean that the Army Corps of Engineers recreated the beach just north of us. So that's a good thing, and we just need to continue to figure out ways to draw customers from a wider net, given that Philly's gotten, the city of Philadelphia has, new casinos. The Live Casino just opened up. So like I said, the resort is what I really like the most. As far as things I don't like, again, I prefer to look at the positive aspects. We can figure out the negative aspects as we get more involved.
Now, I know other properties here have bought best practices from their other locations around the country. Is there something you're doing in Detroit that you think you can replicate and put in place in Atlantic City?
Well, I'm going to steal a little of John's thunder here, who you're going to hear from next. But the good news is the other thing that we really liked about Ocean was they run the same slot accounting and patron management system, which is the IGT system. We've been working here at Motor City with IGT for the better part of the last 10 years. We have the ability to fix things on the fly. Our floor has not gone down in over 7 years. And we run volumes that at some points are double what you see in Atlantic City. So but that's what we've upgraded. We have drink ordering on the floor. We have a Motor City application that actually you can use any machine as a kiosk. You don't have to go to a kiosk to redeem things. Every machine becomes a kiosk under the systems that we're operating. So we think we can help them dramatically from that aspect. And John can get into the app. It's called My Motor City app, and he can get into that a little further.
Excellent. Okay, any other questions, commissioners? None? Hearing none? Thank you. And what we're going to do is,
Does council have any questions based on your question?
councils, do you have any follow-up questions?
No, and no,
No.
I do not.
Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute break to give our court reporter a little break. So we're at, okay, we'll come back in 5 minutes.
4:15, Chairman. It's 5 minutes. Doesn't give you a chance to get upstairs.
Okay, we'll come back at 3:15 then. Thank you.
3:15.
Yeah. Thank you.
Clock is on?
Good afternoon. We're back in session. Ms. Kaufman, please call your next witness.
You're on mute, Lynn. She's not back yet. Is Lloyd talking?
No, he's.
Okay,
He's on mute too.
okay.
I can see that red.
Lynn, you can call your next witness.
You're on mute. Unmute yourself, Lynn.
Should I say something? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. Mr. Levinson will be calling the next witness.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Levinson, you can call your witness.
I can't hear me. Can't hear me?
Okay, all right. Sorry. We're ready to go?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, great. John Polacicchio?
Yep, that's me.
Mr. Nance,
Hi,
could you
everyone.
swear him in, please?
How did I do with the name, John?
Pretty okay.
Oh, no,
I've
oh,
heard
really?
worse. I've heard worse.
My wife took 4 years of Italian.
Oh, that's good.
Explained to me when there's one C, it's ch, and when there's two C, it's k. But I apologize. I still don't get it necessarily 100% right. But anyway, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone for taking the time today.
Mr. Nance, could you swear in the witness, please?
Yes, would you please state your name for the record?
John Polacicchio.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So, John, I don't know whether to call you, since you'll be the last of our witnesses anyway, to call you the goalie, sort of on behalf of the Red Wings, or the cleanup hitter on behalf of the Tigers, or whatever. But some of your thunder has been taken away. Obviously, when you are last, there's a tendency to you have been asked questions that you might have thought were pertaining most to you. But in any event, there will be a little bit of repetition, and I apologize for that. But certainly there's much about what you're going to tell us that we haven't heard yet.
Understood.
So can we start by your telling us what your current position is?
Sure. So at Motor City Casino, I'm the general manager. Essentially, the operations report up to me. I report to Bruce. You guys just heard from Bruce, my boss. So it's akin to the COO position. And with OCR, my title is going to be vice president.
Okay, great. And your background, we heard a little bit of it, is at least as far as the length of time that you have been in some positions. Can you tell us a little more, though, about your background? Don't go back to birth, but start us, I guess, when you went to college and move on from there.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, you sound like Bruce telling me to not say too much, but I'm Michigan, born and raised. I was born in Michigan. I went to University of Michigan. I came to Motor City in 2010, so about 11 years ago, and I started in the marketing department. I was actually the digital marketing manager. I stayed in the marketing department for about, for the last 11 years. And as I moved up the ranks to kind of eventually earlier this year, I became the general manager. Alongside the marketing kind of department, the whole marketing background, essentially, I focused a lot on customer experience, whether it was, on our website, on the mobile phone, or downstairs in the casino in the player development department, which rolls up through marketing in Detroit. So kind of spent my years in learning the customer and the business on that side of things. And then the last few years I was, vetting properties that we're looking at, vetting online gaming opportunities, business development opportunities, in addition to my marketing duties.
Well, that takes us right into, I guess, my next question, which is, could you tell us about your input into the decision to make the investment into Ocean?
Sure. I'll try not to repeat too much of what Bruce said, but I was on the team that kind of had vetted multiple properties leading into the Ocean property. So I kind of got familiar with what was out there, what was good, the bad. The REITs were obviously changing the game a little bit in terms of cost structure in the casino industry. So once we got to Ocean, I did everything from, I was part of the vetting of everything from the financials, the operational plan, what kind of marketing they were doing. Obviously there was a lot of baggage that came with that property, but you could kind of see within a few months of us looking that things had changed by the time we were looking again. And, I made a few site visits, lots of emails, lots of data room discussions, downloads, things like that. So kind of up and down the property from hotel, food and beverage, marketing, player development. We were looking at all of that stuff. And I have a knack for financial analysis is kind of what I would usually lean toward, and then database marketing.
What similarities, if any, have you seen between Motor City and Ocean that made you think that this was going to be a good match?
So actually, there's quite a few similarities and differences. I'll focus on kind of the high level ones. On the differences end, in terms of kind of where we start to diverge a little bit, is Atlantic City is clearly part destination market, but also part regional market or locals market. We're more of a locals market in Detroit, like Bruce had alluded to. The thing is that the similarities that pop up because of that dynamic are pretty interesting. So for example, it's a very competitive market. There's obviously more competitors, but it's that same spirit of competition where all the casinos are sending offers to customers and trying to outdo each other and that kind of thing. So wherever you can differentiate in terms of analysis or sending out offers or developing programs that customers are going to gravitate toward is, I think, where we become similar. I mean, we compete with MGM Grand and Penn National Gaming in Detroit, and we're kind of a standalone operator. Ocean's in a similar kind of space. There's a lot of very big names in terms of corporate casino companies in Atlantic City that they compete with as an individual operator that puts forth all sorts of different dynamics that are tough to compete with, but also makes you a little bit more nimble, a little bit quicker. So we like that a lot, that we could flex those muscles that we're used to flexing.
Okay, and did I hear you say that your previous position before your promotion to general manager at Motor City was senior VP of marketing?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, and so tell us, what do you see as your role with respect to marketing of Ocean? And what improvements do you think could be made? I'm sure there'll be plenty of other things that you'll see and do once you hopefully get approved to manage the property and and invest and own and get interim casino authorization and eventually plenary approval. But what do you see, at least as of now, and then put the crystal ball in front of you and see what it is that you think the future will hold?
Sure. So I'm going to try to keep this one brief. This one's kind of my bread and butter. So kind of telling a short story, going back to 2019, the opportunities that were identified from the marketing side that were pretty obvious. They were doing a good job. They were kind of drinking from a fire hose, we say, back in 19. There was a lot going on. But it was pretty obvious that the markets like in New York City and Philadelphia, there was definitely an opportunity to do better there. So kind of the outer markets. It's a little bit tougher, it's a little bit more expensive, but absolutely Ocean is a destination for those markets. It's a really nice escape from kind of New York City, for example. And I think at the time we were thinking they needed to more aggressively go after those markets. I think since then they have. So a continuation of that is definitely, I would say, in the crystal ball. I think we should keep doing that. That's obviously a good thing. The implementation of kind of what they've been doing with player development and going after the higher end customers, the more higher worth customers seems like they're doing really well with the new table room, the new slot room, the offers where you're not just kind of a race to the bottom, giving everyone everything to try to get in there just because somebody down the street did it. I think they've been weaning themselves off of that. So there's a lot of that in terms of just reinvestment and CRM strategy and branding that, to be honest, I believe it's going in the right direction. So to kind of help them continue to do that or to do it better and faster is definitely what we would bring to that.
So you've never worked in the Atlantic City market, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So I, in previous discussions with you, heard you say that could be something that could be a positive for Ocean. Can you explain what you meant by that?
Yeah, I think it's kind of it's a little bit of a cliche, but I think it's kind of obvious. I think fresh eyes in many of our markets, especially established long-term markets, it's a good thing. I mean, even in Detroit, we've been around it's been a while now. So I think there's things we could probably learn from other markets in terms of, we've been doing it like this because, we started doing it 12 years ago and that's how everybody does it, quote unquote. It's easy to to get stuck in that when you're operating. And I think any sort of fresh eyes with, obviously, we analyze everything. So it's not like we just, go crazy with what we want to try out. But when we kind of look at stuff with fresh eyes, put out an idea and test it out, I think that's an advantage for sure.
How about the beach and the boardwalk? Last I looked at the map of the United States, there was no beach or boardwalk in Detroit.
Actually, we have an international border here. We see Canada from our hotel tower.
Right.
Yeah.
But
that's one of our.
Do you walk there?
No.
No. Okay. So now, the proprietary intellectual property developed by Motor City has made a significant difference in its customer engagement and revenue. The management agreement provides that OCRM will grant Ocean a license and a right to utilize its intellectual property. Will OCRM be developing software and services for Ocean? And if so, could you give us a better understanding of that?
Sure. I think it's definitely on the roadmap. It'd be foolish not to at least take a stab. We obviously would need to do everything from a regulatory standpoint. The right people would need to be licensed if we wanted to go down that path. But essentially, Bruce did steal a little bit of my thunder, but the example I can give is our mobile app. So we developed a mobile app. Pretty much every casino in the country has a mobile app now, but we actually developed ours internally, and it was developed very strategically and very specifically for our market. So high frequency market, very competitive market. If there's 100,000 people that get offers on a monthly basis, there's, millions of permutations of those offers. And it's kind of tough to keep all that stuff straight if you're a customer, and it's very expensive to send that information via email via mail, which is kind of historically how you send that type of offer. So we developed our app with all of that in mind. We have all sorts of database engineers and software developers who worked on that, but it was essentially developed with the consumer experience at the center of it. So you basically if you're a Motor City customer, you want to pull your app out, look at it, and know exactly what you have today and tomorrow and the next week or so. And it's very much engineered for that. I believe that would probably be a very good thing to bring to Ocean, but that would be something after discussions with their marketing team and their player development team. If it's something they think their customers want or would be useful, then we would figure out a way to make it happen.
And obviously subject to all regulatory requirements, are you considering combining Ocean's loyalty programs or doing cross-marketing? I know there was a question asked about cross-marketing, but sure. If you could just enlighten us with your sense of that.
Sure. So as to the loyalty integration specifically, as of right now, I don't have plans for that. I don't necessarily think the amount of work that would be required to actually physically integrate the loyalty programs probably makes sense, depending on how much traffic comes from Atlantic City to Detroit and vice versa. Obviously, if there's a customer demand for it, if we thought it made sense, we would do it. As far as cross-marketing, yeah, absolutely. I think the player development teams from both properties will be familiar with each other. They won't necessarily be working for each other's companies or anything like that, but it's essentially if there are assets or things going on in Detroit and vice versa with Atlantic City, that makes sense more for the VIP customers at first, because that's kind of where you would need to be for something like that to make sense. Then we would take advantage of it. So for example, in Detroit, like Bruce was talking about, even just through the Illich organization, there's a whole bunch of concerts and sporting events and all sorts of things that people tend to gravitate towards too. And Atlantic City might be similar but different. It might have to do with New York City or Philly or going to the ocean in the summer. So anything that made sense for the VIP customers to kind of visit, I think that's maybe the first step that we take a look at. Certainly both properties customers would know that existed. As soon as, to be honest, as soon as the Ocean Casino news was originally mentioned in the paper, quite a few months ago now, when it became relatively public for people who were looking, we received requests from customers, hey, when is that happening? When can I go out there? So I think there's definitely going to be an excitement in terms of that. I just don't think it's at the scale that would justify integrating the loyalty programs.
Got it. So at the fear of taking some of Commissioner Cooper's thunder, and I apologize for that, Commissioner Cooper, but I'm sure you'll follow up with the question. Motor City is known for its live music, and Ocean has still the state-of-the-art venue for performances called Ovation Hall, as well as smaller venues. Are you planning to continue the live music tradition at Ocean?
Yeah, Ovation Hall is fantastic. And we've, like Bruce mentioned, we have a long history of entertainment in the family of companies. So, Little Caesars Arena, Comerica Park, Soundboard Theater here, Theater in Detroit. There's so many venues in both cities that there should absolutely be some efficiencies both ways. I'm not sure exactly what that looks like yet if we're, from a implementation perspective, but yeah, we do not intend to shy away from entertainment at all.
And obviously, from Motown to the present, Detroit is known for certain types of music, certain types of music legends. Can we close our eyes and picture that there may be some people coming from the Michigan, Detroit area that we haven't seen before in Atlantic City, that could be a real exciting thing to happen over the next year or so?
I don't think that would be an unreasonable expectation, but we shall see for sure.
Okay. I know you're aware how successful New Jersey has done with iGaming and sports wagering. Relatively recently, Michigan passed their law with regard to sports wagering and iGaming. Have you seen the opportunities that has brought to the bricks and mortar operation that you have in Detroit? And has it caused a positive impact on the bottom line of the casino? And if so, how exactly are they benefiting? Is your casino benefiting from the iGaming and sports wagering?
Sure. So that was a quite a long project for me, for sure. iGaming, online casino, online sports, and brick and mortar sports. We partnered with FanDuel in Detroit. It's a very good partnership. We had the, I guess, luxury or the unfortunate circumstance of opening our retail sports book basically the day before all sports on earth got canceled in March of 2020. So we rode that out and we focused that next year on launching online. Michigan's been a much bigger market than anyone anticipated. I venture to guess maybe the iGaming operators were hoping and expecting it to be that big. Obviously, COVID helped them a lot because there were a lot of things that were closed down. But since then, we do a lot of, analyze the database a lot. And we try to take a look and see what kind of crossover there is, what kind of effect it has on brick and mortar and vice versa. Kind of the long story short of that is this: the online customer in general is basically younger and further away from our property than kind of our typical customers. And I think that gives us the opportunity to basically, touch a younger customer earlier on in their kind of turning into a mature gambler who goes to a brick and mortar, which is a good thing. It's usually on the sports side a little bit younger. But also for our current customers, it's kind of interesting to see the more frequent customers that come into brick and mortar. They don't necessarily come in brick and mortar any less. They just also happen to play online, or if they're, if they can't make it down for the week, or if there's a snowstorm, or if they're on vacation up north, just a few hours away in Michigan, then they might take their phone out and play a little bit online as well. So I think it helps current customers with additional touch points, and it helps us as an acquisition tool to kind of have a stab at people a little bit earlier on than we typically would have. So I think it's overall positive. I think what you guys saw in New Jersey was a little dip in brick and mortar early on. The problem is it's tough. We don't really have a good apples to apples with you guys because of all the banking regulations early on. So it's not exactly the same analogy. But I think a short-term dip was essentially what we were expecting. And then everything is gonna go up into the right type of thing. I think it's good overall. And I think it's a rising tide lifts all boats kind of a scenario.
That's great. Anything that I left out and you would like to communicate to the Division of Gaming Enforcement and the Casino Control Commissioners?
Yeah, I wanted to just thank the Division of Gaming Enforcement Casino Control Commission. This has been going on for quite some time now. I can only imagine how many hours you guys have put in as well as we have, obviously. So thank you very much for that. We're very excited to get started once we're allowed to, once we're able to, and I'm excited about kind of what the future holds for sure at Ocean and Atlantic City.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Division, your witness.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Mr. Polachicchio, I'm going to do the same thing with you.
Wait a minute, that was worse. That was worse than mine, wasn't it?
That was way better than Lloyd's.
Oh, stop. Stop.
And I'm not even just saying that because I should. Come on, Lloyd. All right.
Well, thank you. I have no experience with Italian, so that's nice. I'm going to do with you the same thing I did with Mr. Dahl, which is just to, clarify for the record kind of the various positions that you have and are going to hold with respect to the Ocean operation. Like Mr. Dahl, you also are an officer of OCR Investment LLC, which is the ICA applicant in this matter, correct?
Correct.
I think on direct you said, in fact, you're the vice president, right?
Correct.
And you're also the secretary and the treasurer of OCR Investment LLC. Is that right?
Correct.
And like Mr. Dahl, it's expected that you will serve on the board of managers of Ocean's holding company, Ocean Casino Resort Holdings LLC, right?
Right.
And you also serve as the vice president, secretary, and treasurer of OCRM LLC, which will be Ocean's new management company, right?
Correct.
And outside of the Ocean operation, you testified on direct that you are currently serving as the general manager of Motor City in Detroit, right?
Correct.
So at Motor City, I think you said, you've developed some intellectual property that you'd like to now bring to Ocean. That's going to be done through the management agreement. Is that right?
I believe so. Yeah, there's the intellectual property at Motor City is, yes, it's property of Motor Cities because we developed it here. If we develop certain things for Ocean, we made sure that they could use it. Whether we funnel it through the OCRM or however that's supposed to happen, I can't speak to the exact specifics, but we would obviously do it properly.
And so the intellectual property that we're talking about is intellectual property that you've already developed. Is there a plan or any thinking to the two of you working together to develop something entirely new intellectual property? Is that going to occur?
So here's where I start diverging from intellectual property lawyers, because my technical answer to that is maybe. I mean, basically we have a piece of software that we use to develop applications. So as an example, so when you go build a website and you log into a Squarespace and build a website, you're using their backend engine to develop a new website for yourself. The mobile application I was talking about earlier would essentially be an equivalent to that. So we would spin off the app piece, but that back end piece would not have to go anywhere. So it gets a little more complex, and I just don't want to say the wrong thing to you. So we would develop things that, yes, would be new, but they would be coming from a back end that existed.
Mr. Dahl had testified earlier that OCRM LLC is responsible for developing an annual budget, which has to be approved by the Board of Managers. Are you aware of that as well?
Yes.
And that budget, obviously has to include, address capital expenditures, right?
Correct.
So besides the hotel expansion, which we've discussed, are there any other capital expenditures, you believe Ocean should consider?
At the present moment, not really. Everything that they've been working on the last couple of years, we were aware of, like Bruce was mentioning, the table games room, the slot room, some other things done to certain bars, things like that. The rooms is kind of the big one we're focused on in terms of the immediate go forward plan.
Right. Yeah, we've talked about the new table room area, Ovation Hall, and the various entertainment venues. But any other amenities that you have planned or in mind for the Ocean property?
Not at the current moment. Nope.
So since your background is in marketing, based on your experience as a marketing executive at Motor City, do you anticipate making any changes in the marketing or the branding strategies that Ocean has in place?
So if you asked me that question 2 years ago, I would say yes, absolutely. If you ask me now, I would be inclined to answer less kind of affirmatively, because they've done a lot of things that make a lot of sense to me. I don't think, we've been asked before if we're going to change the brand. I don't think Ocean should be changed. We're not going to turn it to Motor City East or anything like that. There's nothing like that going on. They're doing all the right things in player development. I believe they're doing the right things in the CRM side. That stuff's a little bit more hidden. So when we start looking at that, when we start peeling back the curtain on that in terms of who's getting what kinds of offers and what's going into the reinvestment strategy, there might be some changes there. But for the most part, I like what they're doing with the brand. They rolled out a new club. I believe they're going after the outer markets, like we were talking about earlier, a little bit more aggressively than they had been historically. So I kind of think it's heading in the right direction in terms of the stuff that I can see.
During your direct testimony, you talked about the sports book at Motor City, your launch of internet wagering. You said that the sports book opened at Motor City in March of 2020. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah. The physical sports book. Yeah.
And online sports wagering and casino games launched in 2021. Is that correct?
Yeah. At the end of January, I believe, 2021.
So understanding then that, your experience, with sports wagering and internet wagering is limited just to a few months, in fact, what do you think you can do to improve the offerings at Ocean?
That's a good question. So in terms of being limited, that's true, but there's a lot of partnership that basically happens at that level. So there's a lot of different options you can take. So while they're limited in terms of operations, so I spent probably 5 years on that project, vetting online casino platforms, online casino brands, online casino options. And then that was actually before the PASPA repeal was even kind of publicly being talked about. Then PASPA repeal came in sports, the whole sports it's rolling as we speak right now. So we've only been live for about a year or 6 months, depending on which one you're looking at. But I've been working in that world about 5 years now, and I can basically speak to all the different permutations of how you partner up, who you partner up with, what kind of platforms, tech stacks that you need, what kind of reinvestment levels make sense. A Cleopatra slot game is a Cleopatra slot game. At the end of the day, there's not really much to that. It's just how it gets in front of the customer's phone is what's the kind of the secrets of the sauce type of thing. So I'm not too worried about being able to kind of bring knowledge to that.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Levinson, redirect.
No, just, I guess the only thing is to talk about the 100 bars and restaurants that opened within the last 4 years in Detroit, to see what you thought of that happening in Atlantic City.
That would be great. Anytime more and more people kind of come down to your area, it's always a good thing. It just, I mean, it's kind of hard to say this one thing is going to lead to this one thing, but it's like this domino effect that you see. I think it's absolutely great.
Great. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Molyneux?
Good afternoon, Joe. I'm not going the other way, so I won't mess up anything. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I do agree with you on your view of the saying, this is the way it always was. I'm basically like that myself. So Ocean has overcome a number of early challenges to now become one of Atlantic City's market leaders. Do you have any plans to bring customers in between the months of January through March?
So that is a very specific question with a very specific time frame. So generally speaking, I do believe there's an opportunity to bring customers to Atlantic City, and obviously I understand the kind of the timeline you're speaking of. It's basically the off-peak season. So to be honest, my gut is that our customers and the trips that we were talking about would absolutely be off-peak. Summer's probably an opportunity as well, but Michigan summers kind of have their own thing going on with people. They go up north all the time to the Michigan beaches. So yeah, I think there's a very good opportunity to bring customers between January and March. Have we scheduled anything or signed off on anything yet? No, but I definitely think there's an opportunity there between Ovation Hall and the restaurants, and getting people in and out being relatively okay if you kind of charter a plane to the Atlantic City airport, that kind of stuff. I think there's definitely an opportunity. And while January through March is probably not the greatest weather in Atlantic City, it's way worse in Detroit. I can guarantee you that. So escaping over to the East Coast for a little bit probably is a good idea.
Thank you. That's all, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you. Commissioner Cooper?
Okay, and I'm going to say Mr. Polachicchio. I hope was that pretty
Nice.
close?
Pretty good.
Was that good? Okay. Thank you for being with us today. I had asked Mr. Dahl some questions, and I'm also going to ask some similar questions with your viewpoint, because your emphasis seems to be on marketing. But I do want to just get some of your answers, your specific answers. You mentioned that you were born in Michigan, went to Michigan undergrad. Had you ever been to Atlantic City before this investment?
So this one sounds, I feel bad because I do this to Bruce once in a while. I believe I may have been in Atlantic City in a similar year, like in late 80s, but I think I was like 6 or 7 years old. So I don't think that counts. My parents came out there a few times to do some gambling back in the day, but no, between then and now, not really. I had actually come out kind of as I was speaking to Ms. Ben David's questions. I did come out about 5 or 6 years ago when I was vetting on right after you guys had launched, actually a year or two after you guys had launched online, and I was doing some vetting on, what if this were to come to Michigan, what might we do? And I went to the one place that kind of made the most sense to go do some research. So I spent some time there. I stayed at the Borgata. I talked to the different operators. I talked to the people running the websites, that kind of thing. So that counts a little bit. I spent a few days there and stayed in a couple of the hotels, but outside of that, no.
Okay. Your emphasis seems to be marketing. What are the three most, so from the I'm going to say from the limited time that you have been here, but now there's going to be more. Let's say 3 or 4, what would be 3 or 4 highlights you would say to talk about Atlantic City? No, not the ocean, but just, not the ocean, but what would attract you, or in marketing your customers, to talk about Atlantic City? And this is with no disrespect, no disrespect to Detroit, but let's hear an Atlantic City view.
Oh, no, not at all. Both great towns. I think there's absolutely, in terms of not ocean, first, I love the actual physical ocean, and the beach and the boardwalk. I was actually surprised that when I was there a few years ago, it didn't seem as much of a focus as I thought it would have been, given that it's on the ocean and it's like really beautiful. The actual property itself for our customers is an easy draw between kind of the concert venue, the restaurants, the nice big kind of open feel. I think maybe pre-COVID people used to talk about it in a negative light. We talk about it in a very positive light now. I think you can kind of go to that property or go to that location and kind of disappear for a few days pretty easily, given everything it has to offer. So I think between the entertainment, the food and beverage, the views, the beach, the boardwalk, I think it's kind of a home run in terms of, things that would be appealing to our customers.
Absolutely. Everything you just said, 100%. I had asked Mr. Dahl a question with regard to cross-marketing, and I know Mr. Levinson mentioned it. And again, with no disrespect to your Michigan property, but you're now going to have a larger and newer database of customers. And again, not taking people out of Detroit, but what might you, let's say, high rollers or special customers, would you encourage them to come to Atlantic City? And if you would, what would you entice them with to come to the Atlantic City property?
Sure. So depending on who you're talking about in the kind of the different levels of the database, if you just kind of focus on the VIPs or the very high end, we can basically, what I would offer them is a trip out there, basically a group trip. We've done those. We do those with some of our customers. It's a lot of fun. They have a lot of fun. If you were to, we tend to stay away from casinos because we don't have any other casinos, and it's a little bit difficult to kind of make that work. So with this acquisition, I think it would be kind of even easier to basically charter a plane, fly them out there, maybe during a special concert at Ovation Hall, or maybe there's a special promotion like a $200,000 slot tournament or big blackjack tournament or whatever it may be. I think that's kind of that's the easy answer. I think there are also possibly things like games in Philadelphia or New York, and you tie the property into it. They fly into Philly, go to a game, Eagles, Lions, something like that, and then come to the property for a couple of days. There's no shortage of ideas. I think even just brainstorming with my now head of marketing, I think we came up with like 10 or 12 different ideas that we could easily implement in terms of getting people over there. In terms of attracting people to Detroit, it could go the other way as well. We just want to make sure the people on property at Ocean know what they have, what the assets that we have. We have suites across Detroit in various arenas. We obviously have a 400-room hotel. It's very nice. There's a lot of stuff going on in Detroit. So I think as long as we usually just focus on the customer, if there's demand one way or the other for something that's awesome, then we're going to make it happen. Just usually that's how simple it is with us.
That sounds great. Mr. Levinson must have been reading my mind. Yes, when he mentioned entertainment and of course Motor City, Motown, everything as such. I was in the entertainment business before being a commissioner. With that being said, and I know you answered his question, I don't want to say slightly, but could you elaborate on what type of entertainment you have at your Detroit property? And again, if you could elaborate, as I mentioned, on what we might be expecting to see in Atlantic City.
Sure. So without giving away too many industry secrets on our side, basically the venue at our actual casino here is smaller than Ovation Hall by it's less than 50% the size. Typically what that ends up doing is, you just can't get the same acts that you could at like an Ovation Hall, 4,500 seats, or at a 5,000, 10,000, 20,000 seat venue. So what I actually see as far as kind of working between the two sides is we can get bigger acts at places like Ovation Hall, but now we have the ability to possibly cut a deal and say, hey, you could route through Detroit as well. And therefore they have a bigger incentive to play at Ovation Hall. Because for example, the other properties in Atlantic City, without naming names, they obviously own venues throughout the country, so they can flex that muscle a lot more easily than Ocean can, because they have one location. It's a big location. It's a pretty good sized theater, but it's just one. So as we expand that offering to possibly route people through Detroit, we're gonna be able to draw bigger acts, most likely, as a result of that efficiency. So I look forward to that. I think that's going to help both sides a lot.
Okay. And one final question, and again, thank you for the entertainment. The entertainment aspect, because that's, just looking at the whole picture of Atlantic City and what we offer. Entertainment, as I said, I was in the business, and I feel that's such a very integral part of the gaming experience. I mean, it's food, it's beverage, entertainment, gaming. It's very, very important. And again, I know your background emphasis is marketing. The Illich family is very well known for their philanthropy, charitable involvement, et cetera, et cetera. And is there anything special that you could share or that we could expect down the line for some additional, your involvement in the community? Anything, and something maybe that there's something that you have done in Detroit, something we could expect to see here in Atlantic City?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak more broadly to it. The stuff that we do in Detroit, the things we try to focus on it's on the Motor City level and even at the Illich level, it's kind of it's reactive to kind of the local area. So in the around the Motor City property, there's a couple of areas that we support. There's a couple of buildings we support that are very focused on, rehabilitation of people who've had problems with drugs and things like that, because it's in our community right down the street here. So we focus on that because it's outside. As you get broader with kind of the Illich Cherries and you kind of look up online all the things that they support, obviously youth hockey, for example, is a big one for them because of the Detroit Red Wings. So they focus on that. I think it's more about the fact that hopefully we put together a program where we try to promote the things that are integral to or important to Ocean, things that feel local and things that feel important to the property in that area. I think that's typically where we shine, as opposed to, versus trying to do these big national things. We kind of try to focus on the local area. That's just kind of how we're wired, because that's how our businesses work in Detroit.
Okay. Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, as you heard, we have 9 casinos here. How do you plan on expanding the market rather than cannibalize what we have here already?
Great question. So my thoughts on that, in terms of taking the competitive side out of my brain for a second, the Atlantic City market. So to me, Atlantic City is it's a great local market for sure. There's obviously a lot of folks in New Jersey in the database, no question. But I believe New York and Philadelphia and kind of the outer markets are the biggest opportunity in terms of Atlantic City in general. If you look at kind of even post-COVID, obviously Vegas is doing really well, which is great for Vegas. It's great for our industry. But to kind of shoot down the freeway a couple hours, 2-3 hours, and to get to a place on the ocean, like the boardwalk, like Atlantic City in general, all the properties, I think that's just a home run. Those population centers are absolutely enormous. They're huge. It's a lot bigger than what we deal with over here. I mean, in Detroit, like Bruce said, most of our businesses within 50 to 100 miles of downtown Detroit. It's a little bit different there. So because of the density of the population out east, specifically north of Atlantic City, I think there's a lot of opportunity to get new business from what there is now without necessarily taking it from any of the other casinos in the area, most definitely.
In Detroit, do you have much of a bus customer base, or it's totally drive-in?
Yeah, we used to have a bus program. We don't really anymore. It's kind of waned over the years. We're mostly a driving market for sure. It's just, obviously the geography of Detroit, there's an international border to the east. 5 million of the 10 million people in the state of Michigan are basically in Metro Detroit. So it's like roughly half of the population is around the city center. And then it kind of spreads out pretty quick. I mean, the density falls off pretty much exponentially as you get out. And then to the south, as you drive south, you end up hitting Toledo pretty quick in northern Ohio, which is basically anybody who's very close to that property goes to the Toledo property that Penn National Gaming runs. So we're a little bit insulated, and from a competitive standpoint, it's good because we don't have a lot of competition for those 5 million people. It's a little bit different in Atlantic City, but like I said, when you start comparing how many people are in New York or in Philly or greater New Jersey, there's just a lot more people.
My final question, we've had other licensees come in and, one would say our background's really entertainment. We're going big on entertainment. We've had other companies come in and say, we believe heavily in hospitality. That's our niche. If I asked you, what is going to be your niche for Ocean and your Motown property, your Detroit property, what would it be, or what would you say it is?
it's going to sound like a canned answer, but I would just say the customer experience. We're just completely focused on the customer experience. If that means, typically in Detroit, where we kind of position ourselves as a local escape, most resort properties can kind of claim that getaway escape brand. I think Ocean, above and beyond all the other properties in Atlantic City, can probably claim that, both in terms of kind of what the property looks like and feels like and where it's located. I would lean in on that. Whatever's required to make that kind of experience happen, that escape getaway experience happen, we're going to lean really heavily on that.
Excellent. That's all I have. I have no further questions. We appreciate your testimony today.
See if they have any based on your.
Thank you.
Any follow-up there by council?
Oh,
No, sir.
None. Division?
No, thank you, Chairman.
On that note, we're here at 4:11. We'll recess till tomorrow at 10:30 and begin proceedings again at 10:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.
thank you.